Okay, folks, welcome back. We did a little early morning paint session, and now we're going to do one in the evening, afternoon, late afternoon, something like that. And we're out here in the garage in my painting area, my airbrushing area, and it's not too warm in here. Be curious to see how the temperature's actually here in the middle of the summertime. I think it'll be bearable. I got fans and stuff in here if we gotta move air around. And you know what? We're gonna do a test on the volume on it, anyways. I'm gonna go ahead and put this fan on low. These things work better when connected. We've got this tower fan that's just out of view here. And it'll also help move the airbrushing stuff away from me. Not that I'm really using that much volume. Let's turn this on and let's go to low, and probably won't be able to hear it at all, honestly. Let's put it on medium. If you do hear a sound there, that's a return for the air conditioning for the house. Supposed to have a colder week this week. Go for it, painting. Welcome. Did you throw a grenade and leave? Which ones do I got here? I got the standard readers. I got the super readers in case I need them here. But yeah, so let's give this a shot. We got lots of things to work on, and I do mean lots of things to work on. Lots of different stuff to do. First thing we're going to do is we're going to seal some vehicles that are good to go. But I'm going to show you what I brought out here that I'm going to be working on today. It sounds like a lot of stuff, but I like to get my money's worth out of my airbrush when I'm doing it to get a lot of things happening at the same time. I don't want to fire all this up for no reason. So we got a bunch of Kraut stuff here, and in no particular order, we have three SDKFZ 251Ds. These will all these items are going to be in Dunkelgelb. Armor dark yellow. Okay, so we've got one here, which we've taken it apart. It's half die cast. This is all, the undercarriage is metal, and then there's plastic stuff that's attached to it. But these are all pre-built. I want to say by a company called Altaya. I got them in a estate sale. Let me close my phone off here. We're gonna lose power. We're gonna need that for surfing for some camouflage in a little bit. So we've got a 251-1. We've got one of those. It's already been prime black. I got stuff in multiple stages here, so this stuff is prime black as well. Another one of them. The D model, you can tell because the back end is here at an angle. Not my favorite looking one, but they had to cut down the number of angles to, get things produced, because the Germans were notorious for having all kinds of funky little angles in it. The people at the factory were just like, what are you guys smoking? Always coming up with stuff like that. And here's the third one that already has the base, or one of the base Dunkelgelb on it. And it actually has tracks that can come off and little rubber wheels that can come off, so we can paint those independently. Okay, so we got three of those. We have a Plastic Soldier Company. Of course, all these things are 1/72 scale. A Plastic Soldier Company Panther. Two of them come in the container. I already have one of them. I haven't built the other one yet. This particular one is open. It's got Zimmerit already built on it. A nice Zimmerit pattern, actually. Very robust wargaming model. It's a Panther A. You can tell because it's got the ball mount for the machine gun in the front, and it has the little peekaboo opening for the driver that they got from, I don't know if they got it from the T-34, but the T-34 has the same thing. Of course, it's a much bigger peekaboo thing, but it's a Panther A with Zimmerit on it. So, and I was talking about the other day, Zimmerit was pretty much used on every production vehicle that was made from I'm always have to pull that date on the month out of my ass, but I think it's September 1943 till about October 44. Every vehicle came out of the factory with Zimmerit on it. Vehicles that were already in the field when that date hit and a few months afterwards were retrofitted by putting Zimmerit paste on afterwards. So what's Zimmerit paste? It is a composite material. We used to think it was made out of cement, but there's all kinds of ingredients. I'm not a chemist, you can look it up what it is, but it's supposedly so you cannot attach magnetic mines to the vehicle. You can't just go and then set it and then run away and boom, it blows a heat round into your vehicle, disabling it, or worse. What's worse than disabling it? It goes up in flames. It was applied to vertical and semi-vertical sections of the vehicle. There's no point in putting it on things that are completely flat because you could just sit the magnetic mine on there and then walk away with it. This is just you could attach it to places that the infantry could just come up and put it. So they put it on all their vehicles. I am not a fan of, not all their vehicles, but all their tanks that were built during that period. I don't know that I've ever seen a picture of a Panzer III with Zimmerit on it. I'm sure there's one out there, but I don't think I've seen one. Pretty much every Panzer IV, Panther, Tiger I, King Tigers built during that time period. Stugs, any major armored vehicle. No half tracks were done to it, but or armored cars. But pretty much every vehicle manufactured during that time period would have come out of the factory like this. The Panther A was the middle model of the Panther that switched over sometime in late 43, and they stopped making them in about early 44, early-ish 44, springtime. So every Panther A that came out of the factory should have Zimmerit on it, Zimmerit paste. And there's a couple different patterns. This one happens to be kind of a waffle type pattern, which actually looks very nice. And Plastic Soldier Company did a nice job with that. So we're going to base coat and Dunkelgelb that guy. All right. Speaking of Zimmerit, probably the nicest model I have of anything that, easily the nicest model that I have, or miniature that I have in my collection, is this Tiger I by a company called Cromwell. It's unfortunately in 1/76 scale, but it has Zimmerit on it. I don't know if you can get a good look at this, but it has really nice Zimmerit. And I was scared of painting this at the beginning because I didn't think my painting skills were up to par. I'm comfortable with what they look like now, so we're going to throw this one in the mix as well. It's all resin. It has zero cleanup. It's got some damaged fenders and stuff that always comes up with. Look at the side here. It came like this. Like it's already, the thin sheet metal was already bent by, traversing somewhere. And same thing on the other side. And it's got a worn appearance. It's very, very nice. The turret came molded open. And the barrel, unfortunately, is damaged. There's a metal rod that's actually in here. And this thing cracked at some point. So we're going to need to repair this. But we're going to go ahead and paint it, and then we can glue it together later. Okay? So it is a very nice model. Unfortunately, it's 1/76 scale, which means it looks smaller next to some of these other vehicles than it should. This one is a beautiful model. This is by Revell of Germany, and it's a Panzer IV-H, and you can see the Tiger I is almost the same size. So they're miniatures, they're wargaming miniatures, so it doesn't bother me a whole lot. I have it, might as well paint it. Late pattern Tiger I with the all steel road wheels. Don't have to worry about going in there and painting any rubber on them because they weren't doing that anymore. This would be the loud Tiger I. You're not sneaking up on anybody on a 60-ton tank with steel road wheels and no rubber. It's just not going to happen. So we got that to do. We got the Panzer IV-H, which we're going to put some other levels of Dunkelgelb to bring it up to life. Got some shirts in that are missing on it. One of them's missing here, and I got the back one missing here on this side. What else we got? We got some armored cars. We got a 234/3 with the 75 millimeter, not really a howitzer, 75 millimeter L24 gun that's in it. Paint that thing up. We have, they didn't make very many of these, the 234/4 with a Pak 40 in it. Both of these are Rodin kits, R-O-D-E-N. I believe they're from Poland, if I remember correctly. It's got an MG42 there. Not really coax, but kind of on a mount there for point defense. Okay. And we've got some Martyrs from Plastic Soldier Company. All on the Czech 38 chassis. Two of these have the Pak 40 gun. And the last one has the rechambered Soviet 76 millimeter gun. Those are all from Plastic Soldier Company. Very robust models. And of course, everybody's armored car, everybody's favorite armored car except for Nordic. I believe this is an Altaia model, die-cast Puma. Okay, so we've got that. But before we do any of those items and all the Dunkelgelb colors that go along with it, before we do any of those tasks, the very first task we need to do is take the two Panzer IIIMs that we finished this morning and dull coat them. So that's what we're going to do before anything else. And then we will do all the airbrushing that involves here. We'll do everything that isn't black already, base coat that, and while that's drying, we'll touch the other Dunkelgelb vehicles, which there's 3 of them, and put some camouflage on them. Sound good? And I'm sure I'm going to do mistakes along the way, but if it goes anything like the last airbrush session I did, it will go very well, because I was very happy with how that turned out. So the very first thing we're going to need to do is clear some of this space. So all these things that I moved over there, we're going to move them somewhere else. Let's move these guys all the way over here. And we've got the 0.5 needle. The airbrush that I use is what model is it? It's an Iwata HP CS, and it comes with a 0.35 needle. This standard needle. That standard needle does not like the clear coat stuff, and it also does not like the primer. Primer's it's a little too thick. You don't want to cut these things down with airbrush thinner. I don't want to. It behaves very different with it. So what I do is I just use a bigger needle, and I don't have any issues. Okay, so we're going to take all these items, we're going to move them off to the side, and then we're going to clip them on these alligator clips that we can put on our base to hold them up, or even better, get a piece of styrofoam we don't have use for. They stick really well on the styrofoam. Okay. All right, so we're going to put both of those things up here by Mr. Mike. How do you know the microphone is male? Well, you don't want to call a female Mike. Durr. Okay. First thing we're going to do is we've got our airbrush here, our airbrush compressor. We're going to attach the airbrush to it. I am not an airbrush professional, never will be. So I'm going to be looking at this. If you're new to airbrushing or newish to airbrushing, I may encounter some things you're encountering. And we'll speak the same language, just put it that way. So I'm going to put the needle, let's put the needle in backwards. Makes things a whole lot easier. Let's pull it all the way through. And let's put the big nozzle on it. It's the 0.5 and the cap on it. Let's take the very end off so that we can see what's going on at the business end of the airbrush. And there's probably a million ways to do this. This is just how I do it. We're just hanging out. I'm not trying to convert anybody to doing things my way. I don't want to be converted. Okay, so I'm going to push this all the way through. Make sure there's no dried paint on the end of it. We're good there. All right, of course this is not on. This is where it gets noisy. Hopefully it's not too bad. And we have a drink. And of course we're wearing green. I was just telling my wife, I saw someone went to the store today to do the weekly grocery run. And there were so many people that weren't wearing green. I'm like, yeah, there was too many bullies in grade school when I was in grade school. You better know better than to not wear green today. You get pinched or worse. So, the Irish Mafia, I guess, straighten everybody out. We're going to be running this about over 40 PSI, maybe close to 50. Make sure this stuff doesn't get stuck in here. But as always, before I get started, we're going to run some airbrush cleaner through it to make sure that everything is in working order before you dump some kind of material in here that your airbrush ends up not working with. So, and this is homemade stuff. Airbrush cleaner. I got the recipe from somebody on YouTube who called it Jesus Juice. And it's a mixture of a lot of really inexpensive items. So you don't need to go out and buy something expensive like this for everyday use. This is okay if you're going to mix it in with a paint, but if you're going to mix it to actually clean your airbrush, you don't want to spend big money on that. All right, so we got nothing here. As we pull back, we got airflows. We're just going to run that little cup of stuff all the way through. Make sure we don't have a problem there before we get started. And that's just from personal experience. All right. Let's get some of this here. All right. So we're going to take, this is what it used to look like. And then they rebranded it to look like this. This is just a clear coat. Matte varnish. We're going to use up this before we use the new one. It should be the same product unless they pulled a Games Workshop and reformulated all their stuff. Just to piss off the consumer. Airbrushing, something I can't do in my New York City setup. Like what you've been doing. Yeah, it's took a long time coming. This is almost mess-free though. This is almost mess-free. Okay. We are at 50 PSI. Yeah, and you watch these videos on how to airbrush, and it's just like, it's so difficult to try to figure out. There's so much, I don't know if it's misinformation, but there's a lot of stuff out there that you don't need to know. And it's just confusing. Instead of like start off, basic. So, I probably at some point should do a video on it, but I'm doing videos because I'm getting stuff done while I'm doing them, not just like, okay, let's stop and show the public. When you make a video specifically for the purpose of showing other people what you're doing and people don't watch them, it's kind of like a waste of my time. But if I'm doing stuff, if I'm doing things while, well, I gotta go get the super glue because we gotta super glue these guys together. Maybe we can super glue them later. How about that? If I'm doing stuff on my own and nobody comes on here, I don't care. You know, so there's a lack of expectation kind of thing. So it's not really as important. So we're going to clip the Panzer IIIM turret. Let's clip it like this so we have less of a problem of falling off. We don't want to undo everything we've done. And we're going to... How many more years you stuck in New York? I think you said like another year or something like that. Here's another one here. And then did you decide to do? I did. Cromwell Tigers here. Yep. Oh, I'm confident enough now. And this stuff looks, I don't want to toot my own horn, but this stuff looks better in person than any pictures I can take. It does, you know. So usually when I take pictures of stuff, I'm kind of disappointed. Like, yeah, it looks better than that, guys. But you know, I am not a good picture taker. You know, that's okay. I usually take 3 or 4 pictures of something, and I'll pick the best one of it. I'm not going to sit there all day and take pictures because that means other stuff doesn't get done. Are we getting enough of a purchase on here? That alligator clip's not very good. 4 more years. Daughter is entering high school this fall. I bet your daughter's in private school. I can't imagine what public school in New York City is like. 4 more years, daughter's entering high school this fall. Yeah, I did not want my daughter to be in public middle school. I went through that. I don't want anybody to go through that. And I can't even imagine what it's like in the city. Okay. Yeah, we don't need a stool right now. All right, so I got a little box down here that I like to use. And no, I'm not using a fucking mask. It's tiny little amounts, and I'm going to be spraying it away from me. Actually, I'm going to move this out of the way. Nothing here that it can damage or anything. And hopefully we have a good airbrush session. And public school. My condolences. We're not going to go crazy with how much material's on there, because if we do get a jam, then I'll have to pull that material out, and it's just wasteful. So I got a little box here. I believe this is a box that the A13 came in. Yeah, the A13. She has almost a full-time gig with gymnastics, though, about 30 hours a week. Yeah, she's got a full-time job. All right, we're going to test to make sure this thing comes out. Okay. We're good on that, and let's start with the undercarriage. And you can actually lay this on relatively thick. I know they say thin layers and all that, but the misting on this isn't as good as on the paint. It is kind of a thicker material, so it tends to go on heavier than just regular paint. Let's just make sure everything looks wet. And we know we've done our job if it's all wet. Let's do that part of the tracks. Yeah, so I used to do this with aerosol cans. And it stank. It was freaking nasty as shit, you know? And again, kind of like Games Workshop, they changed their formula. And I used to use Model Master products that were relatively high grade, and the only reason I got an airbrush really was to prime and to seal, because those Model Master things weren't available anymore. I switched to Krylon, and the Krylon quality is just garbage. You'd get a big can that you think is a lot cheaper, and about a third of the way through the can, the nozzle doesn't work anymore. And it doesn't matter if you hold it upside down and clear the nozzle and all that stuff they're supposed to have you do. Their quality control is just out the window. And it stunk really bad. You know, there's different smells of different things. You don't want to breathe any of them in, but some are just unpleasant. Now, I'd go spray in this open garage like this outside in the old house. My painting area was close to the opening, and it still would stink up the whole damn garage. And this doesn't stink up the whole garage, and it's a tiny little amount of material. So this is definitely a step in the right direction. There we go. Wondering if she was going to kick in again. This is going to shut off soon. So let's hold this for a second. And now that we know this is working, we can go ahead and apply more of this in here. This garage is huge. This garage is stellar. It just happened to... You could actually get 2 cars in here. You know, yeah, it's big, and you know, it's not organized. We're still moving in. Everything about having a permanent gaming table set up? No, not here. No, too hot. I mean, it's really not, but no. I'm convinced that's the only way to game regularly. If you need to leave it, I think having a permanent workstation is more important for me. And I have 2 tables in my room. And here, this is, you know, the airbrush station. All I got to do is bring the microphone out here, the power cord, and the laptop, and I'm good to go. I got this OT light here already. The lighting in here is like stellar. Look at this. That's just the lights that are in the roof. The guy that did this house was just freaking brilliant about a lot of things. Okay. But to actually game here, I'd actually have to read the rules. I'm getting close. I'm getting close to wanting to do that. We just need my workload to just not be... We need that global recession I've been praying for. A really big, fat global recession to drop the prices on everything that we're overpaying for, and put some people out of work that really do a shitty job at their work. You know, it used to be, if you didn't do a good job of where you worked, you'd get fired. It doesn't happen anymore when they need you, you know? So, you know, trim the fat off some of these people. You know, when I was working on my Renaissance rules, it was 2009. That was the slowest year we ever had at work. Okay, so we got that done. Now the turrets, and this takes a little bit of oil to dry, but this stuff dries lay flat, big time lay flat. All right, and now the 2 turrets, which I like Plastic Soldier Company, but there's something about the shape of the Panzer III turrets, the angle that goes from the cupola all the way to the mantlet, it seems like it's too angled. So it almost looks like the turret's like leaning forward a little bit. It's an optical delusion, but you know, I'll tell you what, it's the most robust shirts than ever. You don't have to worry about these things falling off. I don't know if I'm convinced I like the red numbers, but they're going to stay. Because it's not like they didn't use them or anything. No, the Bloody Jerry's did use red numbers. At Cursed, even. Along with other numbers. But from what I can gather, I haven't done a really intensive search, but the Panzer battalions, as far as I can gather, the way the style of the numbers was there'd be one battalion, for instance, that would have white numbers. And then the other battalion in the regiment would have like hollow white numbers. You know, so it was like each battalion would have the same style numbers, you know, unless you're trying to kludge the units together in some kind of a conf group. But from what I can tell, that's the case. Now, which ones had hollow white numbers and also had outline whites with black numbers, and the other one had, you know, red with white outlines, and the other one was just red? I don't have that information yet, but that would be a good project if I was retired. That would interest me just to find out, just for the sake of not having to worry about that in the afterlife. You know, I could get that answer now. Just finishing up some Plastic Soldier Company Universal Carriers. They look really nice. One is a Wasp, Canadian style. Did only the Canadians use the Wasp? You know, the Universal Carriers don't see much of an improvement over, well, it's basically walking with not having to walk. They don't have much protection. Now, let's see how I did wastefulness. How much of this material is still in here? I still got some left? All right, well, I'm going to take the hull and see that it's semi-dry, and I'm going to go over the Schertzen again. Okay, got about half of that left. I don't want to just spray it in them. Oh, that sound I don't like. This stick going into styrofoam, that's like, people have a problem with cotton behind their teeth and stuff like that. That's kind of a, gives you chills. A chilling sound. All right, now, we've got some of this stuff in here still. We're gonna go to our bottle. And then the next thing we're gonna do is we're going to blow the rest of this stuff out with some of the Jesus juice, and then we're going to switch to the primer, because the primer needs this thick airbrush. It needs the thick needle. Okay. So where is, here we go. And this is just a mixture of distilled water, rubbing alcohol, Flow-Aid, and Glass Plus. Not in that proportion. It's mostly water, then alcohol, then a few drops of Flow-Aid, and maybe a tenth of his Glass Plus, maybe a little bit less than a tenth. Try to diversify from armor, although I love it. Ah, you spelled armor the British way. That's how it looks good. I like to do that also. I'm dying to build a plane. Not necessarily using any of my games, I just want to build a plane. And I want to build planes nobody builds. Well, uncommon planes, let's put it that way. No need to build any P-51s or Messerschmitts or Focke-Wulfs. All right, time to paint it black. Cue the music. All right, what are we going to start with? Let's start with well, let's start by clipping these things on here. This thing is heavy as it should hold. Move my carrying case out of here. You love the PSC carriers, have both the standard and the specialist sets. Oh, they make 2 sets of the carriers? Cool. Also have the resin Ram Badger. Well, this is going to be interesting. How the hell am I going to attach this? Well, and get the stickum stuff. It's probably the best way to do it. All right, we'll punt on that for the time being. What else needs to be done? These guys right here. Rodin 234/3 and a 234/4. What else? Martyr, Martyr, Burning Bright. A Martyr 3 with a gun I had the foresight of not gluing down, because Plastic Soldier Company stuff fits on there so nicely without having to. Cares were all about mobility. I have a couple of them. Not painted, but I have a couple of them. I got one from, I want to say it's SHQ, and I got one from, I don't know who the other one's from. Frontline is weird. It's just a weird looking. It's not very good. You know, I pick those things up when it's like, oh, they got something there, buy it. You know, stupid person do things like that. Okay, I brought all my. I thought I brought all of the alligator clips out here. Not doing anything inside. Now, we might just have to release. Yeah, this is already super flat. Super, super flat. Let's lose that. Here's the Panthers turret. And release this one. And we'll get the Panthers hull. All right. Now we'll use the same, and let me go get the stickum. I think that should do it. Although this is pretty smooth. Be right back. Of course, it's St. Patrick's Day, so what the hell are we doing without a drink? This stuff is great. They probably have this where you're at, Marcus. It's from Finland. It's called The Finish. It's a gin-based, ready-to-go beverage. Okay. Let's stick this down and hopefully get enough of a purchase on it that it's not going to fall off. We did that. Excellent. If only this stuff was 1/72nd scale. You know, the figures, 20 millimeter figures are oversized. So the vehicles need to be a little bit bigger. I just think they look better. But I mix and match between the two. All right, so the black, which we're down about that much on it. And probably the messiest part of the entire airbrush experience is coming here right now. And that is lifting the lid of this. It's always like, you know, you never know what's going to happen. So, let's pretend it's a rattlesnake and use caution. There. Now, let's clean. Got a pair of tweezers here, don't I? Not my good ones. All right. Now we got our black stuff here. Now, in case we have a jam, and we're running about 45 psi, in case we have a jam, I'm going to put only very little amount of this. And let's test it out on our box lid. Let me get rid of the cord there for the microphone. All right. Easy does it. Easy does it. Okay, perfect. All right, who are we gonna do first? Let's do this armored car. So I'm definitely a fan of priming in black, but if you told me what color, what is your preferred color? Just get that out of the way. What's your preferred color for vehicle, for models to be molded in? I would say this. This is the best color. A light gray is nice that it gives you enough detail for it to stand out. I mean, ultimately it doesn't matter, but darker colors are definitely more difficult to deal with. You know, and just so you know, I've got a fan blowing on medium this way too, so, you know. I was going to get one of those painting booths, but if I have a painting booth, I don't know how you guys would see what I'm doing unless I had some camera behind me. And it costs about 120 bucks. And if somebody's asking, why aren't you using a mask? It's really simple. I got the vaccine. You don't really want me doing a paint session where I'm going, we got it. We're getting there. There we go. This is like the opposite end of the spectrum of a spray can. The spray can, you're just getting everything, and you're going to have to go in there and hand paint stuff. Here, you could get pretty close in there and get paint in hard to reach places and not overspray areas that already have paint on them and make it too thick. What I really want to do today is camouflage scheme. Use an IKEA bag as an ersatz paint spray booth. Yeah. Do you use a water bottle for something to spray into? Or pay 30 bucks for one of those things you end up trashing? I wasn't going to do that. I wasn't going to pay $30 or something. So I'm just going to be, it's going to look like crap when I'm done with it. I don't like paying good money for stuff that you can't take care of and gets trashed, you know? Be like buying new sneakers and then going on a mud run. Like, why? Why would you do such a thing? Let's make sure, let's see how we got in there. I should be able to get everything in there that's visible. Oh, we're out! IKEA bags. Those are, they make one, you know, they make the ones that are just open, that just kind of just, everything just falls in there. And then they've got this style, it's like a duffel bag. And we bought one of those, and my daughter uses that to come to and from college with her laundry to wash. And she doesn't wash every time, you know, she'll wash them in college, but if she's coming for a visit, you know, she'll bring clothes here to do. Might as well. I mean, otherwise, I mean, we're still paying for it, so you might as well do it here at home. Really handy. It just looks like a duffel bag that's gonna fall apart on you, but they're a lot stronger than you think they are. Good old IKEA. Wouldn't it be ironic if there weren't IKEAs in Sweden? I am not a fan of painting things and then assembling them. I can pretty much get anywhere that I need to be able to. But the most important thing to airbrushing is don't make any fucking plans. Don't think, I'm going to do this and I'm going to get this done and it's going to take me this amount of time. You don't have a clue. You don't have a clue how long it's going to take. I've gotten a lot quicker, but sometimes you're out here like 4 hours. So at least in this house, this is a comfortable atmosphere. And the other house, you're out sweltering and shit like that. But might as well do the other rodent model. This one's going to be a little bit more creative, trying to get into those recesses. But here goes. when I first started using this, well, you guys saw. I probably did an. Did I do an airbrush video at the other house? I don't remember if I did or not. I was using the .35 needle it came with, and it just does not work. It does not work with this thick material. I don't care what settings you set it to. I would have, in painting one of these, it would have jammed on me 3 times. But it's still better than using an aerosol can. An aerosol can just doesn't work anymore. They just don't. I mean, you could hand paint this stuff too, you know. It got in there a lot better than I thought it would. Just about got it all. This is a very late war vehicle, so we're going to use the lighter Dunkel Gelb on this one. That's actually in the house. So when we go and put the one that's almost looks like an off-white, the same color I used for the Hetzer. Although, if they built this thing in black, I probably would forego painting, primering it. So I did decide to, I went out and I thought about it. I actually went and did get that game called Classified 44. It's available for computer in the Xbox. I decided to get it on the Xbox. Played a little bit. Just something else to do. But once I get through these vehicles, I really would like to work on some buildings. Because that's really... And that's where this airbrush really ought to come in handy. But I'm serious about getting everything done that I have. You know, I'm on a pretty good tear. I've been pretty successful. Let's not drink from that. That would not taste good. Let's do the martyr that has the gun off of it. Now this should be a lot easier. That was the most difficult thing to airbrush. We did it first. And we're out. So what I really want to do is I want to do some camouflage tonight. Because I felt, don't fall on the ground, although this thing's probably light enough it won't mess anything up, but still, the principle of it. I feel like I cracked a code on how to get small things, the small spray patterns last time I sprayed. And we'll see if we can build upon that. Because you can watch all the videos in the world, there's just some things that you're just never gonna, you're not gonna figure out unless you do them yourself. Hey, Ben. My favorite Arab. Mr. Wadi. Welcome. Welcome back. I just got done saying I did get that classified 44, messed around with it a little bit. And a lot of it reminds me of the skirmish game that I play. The only thing that's different is all the Allies move in a row, and then the Germans move, and the sequence that I'm used to is it could be random. It could be, 4 Germans in a row go, and then an Allied player, and then, it's just luck of the draw. Other than that, the gameplay is pretty similar. Yeah, just something to putz around with. You went on Steam and saw Close Combat's on sale. I have them all. I'm a huge Close Combat fan. Huge Close Combat fan. Except the first one. And I'm not a fan of the Market Garden one much either. Mainly because it's impossible to hit things in that game. But the Russian front one and the mods for the Russian front. The Bulge one's not bad. The Normandy one. I've messed very little with the Panthers in the Fog. And I messed very little with Race to Con, I think is what it's called. Race to Con. Because those came out during the time period when I didn't have a computer. Yeah, a lot of people say it plays like XCOM, which I never played because it's science fiction. The controls on it are really good. They're intuitive. It's not some wonky controllers like, man, I wish they wouldn't have made them like this. No, they all make sense. And you just jump into the action, and it's basically a tutorial as you go, and then it cuts you loose in the middle of one of the battles. And, it's pretty, it's a World War II tactical game. I know exactly what to do. I know exactly what I'd like to do. I just need little buttons I have to press to do that, Yeah, it just came out at the beginning of March. I got the whole thing. I got the Overlord thing. It's like if you're going to buy all that stuff, just go ahead and just get it to begin with. Now, the advantage of buying it on Steam is, on Steam, now this has happened to me before, if you don't like how it turns out after a certain amount of time, you can return it and get your money back. You can't do that on the Xbox, but honestly, only thing I'm using this computer for is this. Is really a glorified filming device. But I have very limited storage on this computer. It's just the way it is. I don't have a ton of stuff on it. It's just very, very limited. Not done with it. I just need a moment to think. A moment of clarity. I'm sorry this is the boring paint it black stage of the airbrushing, but I really want to get to the camo schemes. This should be a relatively, I should be on here at least a couple more hours. I would like to think so. And I'm like, I want to spray these 2 Panzer IIIs that are done. And while I'm out here, I might as well paint some other stuff. But I'm itching to paint a plane. I'm itching to. These are all going to be Dunkelgelb. The book that I have on, the scenario book I have for Kursk actually has, I think scenarios with like 2 of them on here. So here you go. Here's your 2. So these are probably going to be 3 color. Oh, Mr. Sport. There we go. But I'm glad I went ahead and went to work yesterday, not today. So I had about 4 or 5 hours worth of stuff I needed to do before Monday. And that's over with. We could just concentrate on this. Here's the turret of the Martyr 3. Okay. And actually one of these is going to have, there's like a little tarp that goes up here. I just don't have it right there. You know, it's difficult to get in here with that tarp on there, so we'll put it out on afterwards. Look at this, not a single jam. I'm not bragging, I'm just saying that, you know, you gotta, it's the needle. The needle and the pressure settings. You know, they don't come out and say, hey, make sure when you use this thicker stuff, you might need to get a different needle than the airbrush comes with. I don't know why they don't tell you that, but they don't. Speaking of XCOM, I've never played it, but that's one of those games I never hear anybody have a bad experience with it. They're always positive. Anybody who's ever played XCOM has always really liked it. Okay, that one's done. What do you got left? The Cromwell, Tiger 1, and the Panther? That calls for a drink. Let's leave the Cromwell Tiger. The Cromwell Tiger for last. Another. Oh, we're out. And we're out. It's quite fun. I like Jagged Alliance 2 more, though. In part due to not being sci-fi, you get a kick out of the ridiculous, over-the-top ethnic voices. Probably. Jagged Alliance 2. All right, well, we got to take a... I'm going to take a pause here and see what it is. Is that a D&D type thing? It seems like it is. I'm thinking of something else. Dark Alliance, maybe, is what I'm thinking of. Jagged Alliance. I've certainly heard of it. Turn-based video games. Oh, this is an older type game. Yeah, I don't know I could play this now. Yeah, I like the overtop. I like the... I love the ethnic voices. I love it. It's not to disparage any particular ethnicity. It's just funny as shit. I remember where I was watching The English Patient. How long has that movie been out? A long time. Mid-90s. And it's not a very good... I don't remember liking the movie at all. But there's this one scene where the female character goes to somewhere in Italy. And she's in, this is what I can remember from seeing it one time many, many years ago. So if I got the details wrong, sue me. Please don't. There's enough lawsuits. Challenge me to a duel. And the female character in it, I guess she's some kind of a nurse or whatever. And she gets stationed in this place in Italy. And something happens where she's like runs across the field. And it was a minefield. And before and she was attached to this unit with a bunch of Indian troops, like from India, like the real Indians, not the First Nations here. Although technically the Indians from India are a lot more First Nations than these folks here, because they've been around forever. But anyhow, First Nations, the Indians from India. She's in there and she's running across this minefield. I'm watching this movie for the first time. And I'm watching with my buddy, and I go, "Oh my goodness, don't go out there, you're going to blow yourself up." Whatever it was, I came out. And within 5 seconds of me saying it, the guy said, the Indian character said exactly the same wording. Like, it was like prophetic. I guess you just had to be there. But, yeah, I like that kind of stuff. Well, one game I've tried to play, and I just can't get into, is, and I'm going to still keep trying, but it's just terrible. And I'm a fan of this series. You know, the humor in Borderlands is hilarious. It's over the top and hilarious. But Tiny Tina's Wonderlands is just a chore. It's a chore to listen to everything, and it's, the first problem is it's PG-13 instead of basically for mature audiences. And just that little bit of difference makes, you know, a big difference, but it is just not funny at all. You know, so it lost all of its charm, and all the enemies you have to try to destroy are all generically the same. They're not really interesting at all, and the voice acting is really crappy. Despite supposedly having famous people in it, like Wanda Sykes is in it, and who's the guy from... shit. Will Arnett. Too many companies focus on like, we got to get somebody famous in it. Like, why? You know? How about spend that money on a good story? Okay, here is the Panther chassis. And now the Panther turret. Yeah, that's why I'd want to play some of these ethnicities, just to do their voice. If you don't let me do their voice, then why bother even playing them? You know? I'm hoping it has some of the stuff. There was a game that came out a long time ago that I really, really liked. It just didn't run well on my computer. I don't know if it ran well on anybody's computer. And it was a game that was based around British commandos. And it was called Hidden and Dangerous. And it was super cool. You know, you'd go and you have to, like, there was one mission you're on the battleship Tirpitz, and it's like at like a 30-degree angle, and you're clambering it over it. And it had some planning stuff in it similar to that Tom Clancy game way back when. They had all the planning stuff in it. I forgot what the hell it was called. The one that the counter-terrorist game's based on. The counter-terrorist book is based on. Can't remember. I've read the book and I don't remember what it is. But, well, that's unfortunately thick. All right, well, we're going to try this. should do it. Here we go. But I like that game. It just didn't run very well on stuff. You have to like steal a truck and shit like that. You know, commando type stuff. It was all make-believe commando stuff, but Hidden and Dangerous, good stuff. You played the first one and the second one? Just didn't run worth a damn. I remember like having to sneak up. I always like sneak because you could plan, but it was kind of like real time. And one of my favorite things was this mission that was like, you were like trying to take out guys on a bridge. There was this bridge and it was super misty. You get with your Enfield Mark, whatever the hell it was, with your scope on there, and you just take out Jerry's. As soon as you sneak up and take out a Jerry, you know, and a lot of fun. It's fun killing people virtually. They're not people, they're Nazis. Same thing. Communists aren't people and Nazis aren't either. Just the second, the mission where you take out the heavy water plant was great. Just the second one? The second one was really jerky. Did you play the one with the Tirpitz? I might have been in the second one. It didn't, I don't think it came out and said it was the Tirpitz. That fucking ship was the Tirpitz, okay? It had this splinter camouflage and everything. All right, Cromwell models. Tiger 1, baby. Another company that went out of business, it went belly under. Or, I don't know exactly what happened. The owner probably got tired or retired or passed away or something like that. But when I was playing DVA, I come back to the 20 millimeter fold, and this is one of these companies that I loved. They're out of business. Can't get their stuff. I only have two things from them. This is one of them. The other one is the Grilla. The Grilla from Manila. Heavy water plant. I don't remember it. I bet if I saw the map, I'd probably remember it. Heavy water plant. That's like seems like something that would be on like Wolfenstein. What was the name of the Wolfenstein that came out around 2000? That one was all right. Had an FG-42 you could fire. Of course, my favorite shooter of all time, based on when it came out, the one I was the most impressed with was Half-Life. Remember Mission, a U-boat pen. I think I do too. Half-Life, when it came out, was just legendary. Superb story. Superb. Oh, I see something happening. And I remember getting it on a Sunday. I went to Walmart, of all places, when they had computer games. Because it was a Sunday, it was already closed, like 7 or 8 o'clock at night. Installed the game, stayed up all night playing it, went to work. Things you could do in your 20s for $1,000, please. I wouldn't do that now if I could. And I can't. Wouldn't be worth it. Although I haven't been enjoying playing World of Warships quite a bit, even though it's hokey as crap. But I do enjoy the estimating for where the rounds are going to land. I like that aspect of it a lot. But I don't spend real money on that stuff. But it had really bad controls. Hidden and Dangerous had really bad controls, like worse than like Grand Theft Auto. But along those lines, like, all right, I want to aim at that guy. And you're real careful aiming, and then you overshoot it, and then you go real back and you overshoot him again. It's like, you know, like, what the hell, man? Why is this so jerky? It was always a gamble when visiting Jamieson's in Glasgow, whether they had any Cromwell models or news of the latest releases. They're superb. I mean, they're, talk about flashless. Absolutely no flash. Just freaking gorgeous. I hope I can do this thing justice. I think I can. I think I'll be able to do okay. And I'm not a Tiger One enthusiast. Tiger One fanboy. Tiger One Variable. That fella's done. Now, to the leap of faith here. I'll hold this upside down, get the underside, and then I can grab the other one from the other direction. Jamieson's, was Jamieson's a hobby store? Low-flying aircraft. You guys have that problem in Europe? Go get the yak-yak! What would you do? What would you do if an aircraft fell on your house? And assuming you survived. You don't know what you're capable of until it happens to you. always thought if something happened to one of my family members I was in a car with, and somebody like, say a drunk driver hit us, some guy that obviously was intoxicated behind the wheel, a preventable accident, and like killed like a family member of you right in front of your eyes. I just gotta feel that, you know, you never know what you're gonna do. You might have to, you know, dispense with some justice right there on the spot, whether it's right or wrong, you know. Well, I hope that never happens to me. But yeah, there's a plane. I should have taken a. If that ever happens again, I want to go out there and take a video of it. It was, the trees are about maybe 80 feet tall, and it must have been within 10 feet of the trees. It was crazy. I thought it was going to land like on a field, or I thought it was actually out of work. You know, like the, not out of work, but the plane was you know, going down. And because there's a cow field over there. I'm like, oh, he's going to try to land over there. Nope. I was actually expecting to hear a boom. It's crazy. I was just in this garage here. I don't remember what I was doing. I don't think I was working on anything hobby related. Cromwell were Glasgow-based, and Jamieson's knew the guy who owned the company. Jamieson's was the major hobby store in Glasgow. Is it still around? Or hobby stores are gone there too? Gone the way of the dodo. Okay, we got a little bit in here. Let's blow this out. Let's put some. We take day trips from Aberdeen. This is Jamieson's, A1 Comics, and George and Dragon. All different genres of hobby store. You into comics? Did you get into? I never got into comics ever. I like game stores. I like hobby stores. I like stores that have train stuff in them. You know. Aberdeen's a pretty big city, though. I mean, they don't have those things there. All right, let's take a wipey. Wipe this stuff out as much as you can. We're going to clean this thing out, and we're going to switch to the thinner needle. Yeah, there's that crusty stuff in there. Where's mine? Garbage cans. Jamieson's closed due to retirement. One of the assistants opened his own store, which is still going. Yeah, a lot of these hobby things went for a long time, and it was like, you know, when a one-man operation. And when that person passed on, a lot of times their family didn't want to continue on with it because they're like, you know, this guy, this was his passion, and this was his hobby to. Yeah, he was a war gamer and wanted to have a war game store or whatever, but we're tired of being poor. We need some revenue, you know, because, you know, game stores, model stores are not money makers. And there's not everybody in the, not everybody in the populace is going to even go step foot in that kind of a store. So it's not like a grocery store or whatever. So, like, hey, why don't we just go in a different direction now that Pops is gone? This was his kind of his operation, and we don't have the passion that he had. So, wow, we get a lot of stuff out of here. Nice. sure we got none of that stuff going on. Let's take this out. Let's pull it. Yeah, let's take this. Oh, I did tighten it up with the wrench. Put a little bit of that juice in here. Let's pull it all the way out. I'm gonna go get the hand sanitizer. We're gonna get all that stuff out so that we don't have a jam. Got a 1/72 Crusader AA Mark II from there. That's actually a really cool looking vehicle. And probably hell on infantry. It's a Crusader, you got nothing to worry about. It cannot fire, it has no high explosive. Yeah, but that one has twin Bofas. Yeah, bad news. A1 sold RPGs and other games. George and Dragon was an old school shop, one-man operation, and opened when he liked. Uh-oh. You just had to be lucky. Had lots of real rare games. You had to be lucky. Kind of like, what's the name of that guy that, did he pass away or he's on his way down? The guy that runs Navor. We have one of those guys here in the United States that operated a place that used to come to Historicon. And he'd take a check. This is in the mid-2000s, so it's not like this technology didn't exist. You could mail him a check, but you couldn't use a credit card or pay with PayPal. And I'm like, at the time, you could send me money with PayPal, and I don't have a storefront. It cost me money. So just mark your shit up more, you know? Who's going to mail a check? I haven't written a check since 1998, probably. The hell is a check? I used to work at a storefront. Taking a check is a risky endeavor. It can be. So let's, where's the hand sanitizer? Let's coat this thing, this needle, so ready to go next time we get you ready to use this. We're actually going to assemble this back. This seems really tedious, but you got to do stuff like that, or you're going to spend the next 30 minutes next time you want to airbrush doing all this kind of maintenance and fighting with it, and that's where it's already going to take longer than you think it's going to. So make it real easy on yourself. We went 6 times, he was open twice. Wow. What a slack jaw. A pain in the ass. What town was that in? Like boiling water. Let's see what we got here now. Don't want to lose that. Pull that needle out. Put that needle there. And the tip that goes with it. Now we should hopefully see sunlight through. And we can. We couldn't before. It goes here. I do not know what happens if you put a 3.5 needle and a 0.5 tip. I don't want to know. That just sounds like extra problems. So let's try to be competent about it. All right. So we're running 50 PSI. Let's drop this to about 30. 30 should be sufficient. And this compressor won't turn on as often, which honestly, it's not hot at all because I haven't been using it that much. Okay, let's close up this cursed primer and move it out of the way. We are done with you for now, for today. All right, where did my Coke habit go? Here it is. Okay. All right. So, we've got our airbrush here. We're going to take the smaller needle. Now we're active again. He had a fall and closed his site. Everyone thought he'd closed. He's back, but looking to sell the business so he can retire. Well, hopefully somebody can take credit cards. Because he was originally the guy many years ago that had, what's the name of that company that I like the miniatures for, 15 millimeter? Roundway. They had Roundway. And then John, what's his name? John Stewart? John, whatever his name is, took it over. John Roberts. John Roberts took it over. And John Roberts had some health issues. And this was before COVID, which, it just rewrites history. COVID has been, the Armageddon of everything as far as I'm concerned during my lifetime. So I don't think anybody's heard from him since. So hopefully he's doing okay, but he already had health issues before the COVID debacle. All right, I got to find where the tip is for that other one. I had it right here. Did I move it here? No. Okay, and that one has a little gold tip on it. All right, well, we'll find it. It was here before I started. Like I said, I'm pretty freaking organized, so if this stuff happens to me, it's happening to everybody all the time. Here it is. It's hidden in plain sight. If I did ships again, it'd be 1/6000. No doubt about it. They just look better and they look more in scale with the game you're trying to do. All right, here's the tip. It's going all the way through in there. Perfect. And I'll put the tip on there. And we're going to run some Jesus screws through here and make sure everything's all right. Which is the consistency of water. So if it doesn't run through here, you know you got a problem. I'm going to pull the needle out just a tiny little bit. MP Monoplastic, welcome back. Okay, that's enough of that. We'll soak this up, and then we will pull out the base coat Dunkelgelb. This is what I say, you don't make any plans. Don't think, oh, I'm going to airbrush and I'll be done in an hour. Nope. Give yourself 3-4 hours. Maybe even 5. You don't know how long it's going to take. And then you're upset that it takes longer. Now, I got some of these vehicles that I already airbrushed, I just painted. And they're probably dry since. Well, I'm going to go ahead and pull these alligator clips off and let them dry a little more because we have other black vehicles. We have some other black-based vehicles that you might as well do the ones that are more cured than the ones that you just did. It just makes sense. So I'm going to pull all these alligator clips, and I had more. I don't know where the hell they went. I'm sure when I stop this show, they'll turn up. They'll all be, oh, that's where they are all along. Well, we're going to lose all these alligator clips. And we'll go ahead and clip up what we've already based black, which is only a few vehicles. SDKFZ 251. And of course the challenge with this is, where am I going to be able to attach this? Probably right there. This one's a little easier, it's not so heavy. It's already been primed in black several months ago at the old house. Well, my airbrushing skills are immeasurably better than they were at the other house. Okay, so this is the one that we did at the old house, and I just did the base color Dunkelgelb on it. Okay, so we're going to do that. We're going to do that with these other ones as well, and then we will bring that other one up as well. And of course, they're going to get a wash on top of them. So, okay. So the base color Dunkelgelb, you can't even read what the writing is on it. AK MIG / there's one other thing. Which one am I forgetting? Ammo, AK, MIG. All of the above. These paints are great for airbrushing. You don't have to thin them at all. You can if you want, but they're already pretty watery. I'm just going to use 5 drops in here. I'm not going to use any flow aid. I'm not going to use any, what's the other one? I'm not going to use any retarder, and I'm not going to use any airbrush flow improver. We're going to do that when we use the when we do the camouflage. But just for the base color, we don't need to waste those products on there. I don't think I'm going to. Let's put it that way. Aha! There we go. You're being difficult today. There we go. We even tested it. Let's try that again. 1, 2, 3, 4. You don't want, that's why you want to, there we go. Boy, there really wasn't very much in there, was it? All right, now we got this stuff going. Got to run and enjoy it as usual. All right, man. Thanks for stopping by, as usual. There we go. Now we got it. There we go. Perfect. Right, SDKFZ 251. Whoa! This is heavy. This is the die cast part. Make sure we got a good purchase on this. You want to leave some shadows in there on purpose. Or I do. And then the top portion. But got to remember, all this is going to get a brown wash over it. It doesn't matter that some part of it's brighter than the others. That's the whole point, to make it look like it's irregular. So that kind of stuff happens in the field. Some parts are going to get weathered more than others. Okay, it's the base color on that one. Do the same thing on this other one. Uh-huh. Good thing it's pretty much indestructible. But it's just so damn heavy. And we'll paint all this stuff in there and then put it together. It makes it easier to get in there. This is assembled with a screw, so it's relatively a lot easier than gluing the pieces together. Don't fall on me again. Maybe we need to put you there. Don't really need to do much of the undercarriage. And the top of the said half track. And we're out. Now, of course, this is dried. Let's make sure that it looks at least equivalent, as I like to call it. I think we can do a little bit more on the inside here. Oh, a wheel fell off. A wheel that we'll have to glue back on. All right. This die-cast model. Okay, so that's done. Before I change colors, how close are we to being done with this? I'll just run it out of here. And some Jesus juice to go with it. We're going to go ahead and do the lighter shade and just do the half tracks together. The lighter shade is going to be 5, 6. Okay. Make sure everything's running right. Yep. I'm actually going to go ahead and do I am going to go ahead and what we're using? We're using this for this. Let's do. We had such good results with it last time. We're going to use 1 drop of the flow improver. I'm going to do something they tell you not to do. Well, you know what I like to say? You're not the boss of me. And 1 drop of retarder. And what they tell you not to do is what I'm about to do right now. I don't like putting stuff in another cup and then half of that stuff you put in there stays in that cup. I did this last time with the camouflage and it worked really, really well. Okay, and this should help prevent jams. Okay, so we're going to go over the areas that might be a little lighter on here. Make them stand out a little bit more. Just something like that. So there's a little bit of variation in there. Nothing crazy. I'm not going to use a mask and mask off edges and stuff like that. That's totally unnecessary in my opinion for the look I'm trying to achieve. Like I said, we're still going to put a brown wash over it. Now I'm a little concerned with grabbing this. So I think I'm just going to put this on this tile and just paint it on the tile because all I'm doing is hitting the highlight parts anyways. Let's make sure this is flowing right? The lighter you go up in color, the less and less paint you're going to be using of that color. Literally, just like that. Okay. So I don't want to touch this, so I'm just going to slide her off. All right, I'm going to do the same thing with the undercarriage of this other one. And the last one. Now, I don't know that I did these other layers of these lighter colors of Dunkelgelb in this last batch of vehicles that I just finished up, the Panther and the Panzer III, and they turned out well, even without them. Or I liked how they turned. They turned out how I envisioned them. That's what I mean, they turned out well. I had a vision, I had this idea of what they should look like, and they matched that. As long as that happens, I'm happy. The creator is the one that needs to be happy. Because if they're not, then they're going to be like, oh, fuck this hobby. I'm going to go do something else that brings me joy. I'm going to go do something else that brings me joy. Missing one, two, no, maybe not. Maybe not, okay. Cool, now we already have the Puma that already has the base color, so I've got the lightener. We'll do the same thing with the Puma. I did these back at the old house when I did not have the experience. What happened here? The retarder is supposed to help any paint sticking on the end of the needle. Okay. Well, I'm having to pull that back way back for that. Well, that's because it's all the way in. Let's move this out just a tiny little bit. Trying to avoid that engine grates while I'm at it on purpose. And the turret. Oh, we got a place to clip that one. We got a place to clip that. You know, this airbrush, I can't really show you based on where it is, but this airbrush has this little thing that came with it, not the airbrush, but the compressor. Let's see if I can do this. Let me see if I can get away with no, I almost knocked that down. So I'll bring it out here. This airbrush compressor has this little thing it came with that's supposed to be a stand for your airbrushes. Well, at the old house, I used to paint on the ground. So they're not very convenient on the ground, but where they're here at your own level, yeah, it's real convenient to just put your airbrush there while you're, in a handy location. It's not going to move on. So we've got the turret attached here for the Puma. SDKFZ 234/2. Only 111 of these made. Actually, almost all models except the first one, except the one, all had about 100 of these made. About 100 of these, about 100 of the, like one had 111, one had 110, one had 89. 89 is about 100 still. Okay. And since this one's also painted yellow, the Mark IV H. Beautiful model from, yikes, didn't like the sound of that. Let's clip it somewhere else. Let's clip it there. Nothing's going to happen there. This is from Revell. Let's make sure this is going. How much you got left of that? I got a little bit. We out? I think we're out now. Just forcing some shadows. As I like to call it. Wow. That's interesting. Thing that just happened. This became unglued. Huh. Okay, well. Guess maybe we gotta mess with that a little later before we go on to the next step with it. No big deal. Things have to go wrong for you to learn a new skill sometimes. Wish I could be this positive in the workplace. But there's no problems here with the hobby. If you got problems with your hobby, you need a different hobby. Let's do the top. The sunlight's going to shine on it more than anything else. It's going to fade it. Okay, we got a little bit more modulation, as they like to call it. I would have called it something else. But nobody asked me what it's called. Okay. Now, almost out of this stuff? Yeah. Pull that out a little bit. We don't have any vehicles that are yellow already. rinse this out. Into our water cup. There's no point in spending $30 or $40 or $20 to $40 on a spray thingy when you can just use a water cup for it. And that's not just me being frugal. That's like, you know, you're going to spend that kind of money, and then it's going to be trashed. You know, it's going to look like this. You know. Run this through, and then we'll be ready to switch back to the base Dunkelgelb color for the rest of the yellow vehicles that don't have any yellow on them. This may not be the way you airbrush, but hey, I'm still freaking learning. And the only way to do it is you got to make some mistakes. I had somebody that just posted a question the other day, last night I think it was last night, on one of my DBA games I did years ago. I'm not answering DBA questions anymore. I've made parole. Somebody else's problem now. I'm not going to take my videos down, but that ship hath sailed. Okay. Let's go ahead for good measure and close this back up. It's going to be a little bit before we use that one again. All right. We still have some vehicles that are on. This has already gotten that treatment. We'll go ahead and take the alligator clips off that. A good place to put them over here. Okay, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 vehicles that need the base color. All right, let's hop to it. I'll pull the needle out just a little bit. This is the base Dunkelgelb color that we're going to put on these black vehicles that we just primed earlier today. I think we primed them all today. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Let's make sure this is running correctly before we get too carried away and have to. You don't want to There we go. Actually, it's too far out. There we go. Okay, that's what we're looking for. All right, so let's grab this armored car. Now we can avoid focusing on the outside of the tires. That part's just going to get painted over anyways. We're not worried about getting all up in there. We want shadows. That's why I prime black. Right? You got something that looks like this. Got some variations in the color there just to add interest. But that's not the only variations you're going to have. You're going to have a brown wash in there and other stuff. Just keeps it from being just a uniform color. Kind of like this. I don't know if you can tell on there, but it's not a uniform color. Just gives a little bit of personality. Nothing. Okay. Next vehicle. How are we doing on amount of paint that we got in here? We're damn near out. All right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We did one vehicle with about 6, so maybe that's a pattern we can see. All right, so we're going to do the same thing with this armored car. 234/4. Oh, we said we're going to do late war with this one. We're going to stop right there. We're going to stop right there. I remember. Would have been a big deal. I just go over it. But. Okay, the Martyr. So weird to do a Czech 38 chassis in Dunkelgelb, regardless of whether or not it has it's a later war vehicle, which it is. Only the Hetzer makes sense. This is actually a really good set from Plastic Soldier Company. They give you 3 vehicles and you can make them either the Czech 38 tank, or this version Martyr, or the other Martyr. And you got lots of extra stuff for it. Which proves that plastic is cheap. What's expensive is the box and shipping the product to you. Because by the time you're done, you got lots of extra parts. Okay. That's it for that Martyr. And another one just like it. Still got some paint left over. One, two, three, four, five, six, seven. That one was done quick. And the last one is a slightly different vehicle. It's a Martyr 3 with the rechambered Soviet 76mm field gun. Not the crash boom, the field gun. Okay. Oh, this is the same one. This is a late war one. We may not actually get to that one. I didn't even bring that color out here. And it's not like we're going to do it next or anything, so. The old Panther. Panther A. Oust A. And the Panther turret. And now, the Cromwell Tiger 1, which we're going to paint the underside part of it here while we're holding it. This is my first the first tiger that I have. I'm not a tiger fan. Okay, so that's pretty much done. I'm actually not going to even. Oh, wrong one. I'm not going to swish this out. I'm just going to dump the mid-war tone. Thought you were heading out for a few. Enjoy the hobby time. Yeah, we're not going to make it. We'll have drinks here. All the Irish places here are all seedy anyways. They're like biker bar type places. Like, yeah, you don't see me on a motorcycle. No thanks. No, I got an hour and a half at least in me, for sure. I want to get to the camouflage part. This is just grunt work that I'm doing right now. There we go. Let's pick up a martyr. And we're going to trait some of this color modulation, as they like to say, almost like if it was zenithal. Almost, not quite. Only you put a whole lot of thought into it. Remember, this is all going to get a brown wash. If you spend a hell of a lot of effort on this, it's wasted with the brown wash. You can detail that kind of stuff later, but you just want an appearance that doesn't look uniform. Something like this. Okay. And here's the other one. Still got enough yet. The other one, and then the Martyr 3. Managed a few scoops of J. Arthur Guinness, so won't hang around long. Didn't know that J was in his name. You don't need to have dinner. That's like a meal. A meal in a... I'd say a meal in a can, but hopefully you had it draft. Got a little lighter there than I would have wanted to, but that's okay. We'll brown wash and detune that a little bit. You're gonna be making mistakes. Might as well learn how to fix them. we actually left some dark tones there on the engine grating. Okay? Not necessarily. It's just, you know, why lighten that stuff up anyways? You're just going to end up darkening it. Darkening it. Yes. Pantheris. The Pantheris next. Pantheris Rex. And do the running gear here. Dublin 7-course dinner, pints and a bag of crisps. Are you in Ireland? I would love to go to Ireland. But like I said, I'm not going across the pond and not visiting my ancestor land first. That would just be rude. What's going on here? There we go. That would be rude. But at the rate we're going, I won't be going to Europe anytime soon. We do not have enough time off in this country. It's going to be real nice. Very nice. And the turret for the Panther. Let's see if we can... see if this makes a difference. Yeah, but I gotta get really close to it. All right. lighting in here isn't great for that. But you know what? This is worth showing you guys. I'm going to take a picture of it with my phone. And then I'll show you the picture of the phone. Because that's how I roll. I'm not smart enough to do it any other way. And I don't care to be any smarter about it. Yeah, it's actually looks more discernible difference than in this picture. Let's see if I can. Looks kind of like this. I don't know if that comes out well either. Anyhow, you just have to trust me. You have to trust me how it turns out. Okay, and now we got the old Tiger 1 from Cromwell. Okay, and left the exhaust things here darkened. And the Tiger 1 turret. This is the last one? I think so. Okay, so that's complete. Now for the fun part. Let's make sure this Panzer IV. Did we do the treatment on this Panzer IV? I don't remember. I think we did. All right, let's clear all this out. let us pull. I want to make sure this thing is nice and clean. Not necessarily because we don't want the colors mixing. That's actually the least of my worries. It's actually not a worry at all, but there's le wrench. I'm going to leave this guy for later. I'm going to use the late war paint for that one. I don't have it here. Oh, or is this it? I do have it here. Okay. Nah, we'll leave it for later. We'll leave it for later. That one's going to be that late color, and it's going to have some green swishy shit on it. That's what I have envisioned for that one. All right, where is the wrench? Where is the little wrench that was right here? It's not over there. Did I scooch it and push it out of the way? Yeah, I did. Yeah, I did. Couldn't see it from my vantage point. Could not see it from my vantage point. So basically didn't get a jam the whole day, which that's a win. Let's pull a needle out the front and not poke myself. Sometimes you're your own worst enemy. Ooh, this thing is filthy. A little bit of hand sanitizer and you're good to go. Convenient to have. Did I draw blood? No. I'm not the most careful person with the needles, and I haven't bent one. So I have a feeling people that bent them have done some really bad things to them. All right. Now, we'll start with the half tracks. At least I'm going to start. At least I think I'm going to start with the half tracks. Let's take a look at some pictures, which is, of course, probably my favorite thing to do. Let's put the mid-war Dunkelgelb away. We're going to need the airbrush flow improver and the retarder for sure in the next stage. For sure, for sure. And let's make sure, can we see light through there? Why did the United States decide to do 1/2400 scale, not 1/3000? 3000 was already established well. Like, why did they decide to, probably for the same reason, let's do 1/285th. Why did they pick that random ass number? It just doesn't make any sense. Random ass number. All right. A couple things. We're going to drop this from 30 to about 25. Okay? For sure. It doesn't run that often, does it? So let's look at some pictures of SDKFZ 251 1D images. And then I have one that I painted with, it's hardline camouflage and it's green. So, first one we're going to do is, let's get the red. Or chocolate brown, I should say. I believe it's out here. Chocolate brown. let's go ahead and lose the jewelry. Is it still jewelry if it's not expensive? Okay. Put the needle in backwards. Put the tip, 0.35, and the other one. Let's crank down this. Let's check for good measure that we're clear through here. We weren't. Interesting. Let's push this all the way in. Then run through. So we're going to be using this all the way in for the next stage. And we want this really low. Really no more than that. You can stop now. Good boy. Okay, it's just under 30, maybe 28 pounds. 28 psi. Okay, let's grab our first candidate, chocolate brown. We'll do the same thing we did last time. And we got pretty good results last time. We're going to do it exactly the same order. We're going to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, and we're going to put 1 drop of airflow improver. Remember, this is AK paints. Should be able to run through here just fine. Okay, and 1 of retarder. Okay, the retarder is supposed to help with the paint not drying on the tip and creating all kinds of issues. Okay, so that's very, very goopy. And we will use our implement of mixture, an old pair of tweezers. And try it out. Now, I'm going to push this all the way in, which it is. Clean out this moisture trap. And I'm actually going to dial it up. I'm going to dial up to 40 and see if it behaves differently. I need to get a really small. That's not doing it. All right. Dial it up to like 18. Dial it down to about 18. That's much better. That's much better. That's much better. All right. Okay. So Let's get a... See, do we need the two halves together? I don't know that we need to keep the two halves together, but... Let's see. Let me think about this. This is the wrong height. Oh, maybe we can make it work here. No, I think we're going to have to do this by hand. Well, we're not going to get very much on ourselves anyways, if that's the case. How did I do this the other night? It was really pretty handy. The problem with this, the biggest problem really is that the throw on this airbrush is like you don't get anything to come out, and then you do, and then it's too much. Now we got it going. I do want it to be kind of heavy colored, because what happens is this is going to get a dry brush of the base color over it, and it ends up really making it significantly more subtle. And if you're already doing it too subtle to begin with, that's coming out well. Again, just like dry brushing, you can't. Airbrushes are great when they work. Exactly. I'm never going to be as good at airbrusher as I am painter. But just like dry brushing, you can't expect to like get it right the first time. Kind of like build a base and then build upon it. And have really low expectations sometimes. So let's fill these in a little bit. But the hardest thing is the damn trigger. I think that's pretty good. Airbrushes are great when they work. Truer words have never been spoken. It's a modification of one of my sayings that technology is great when it works. When it doesn't, you wish it was never invented. It's just like something you were going to count on and now you can't count on anymore. Let me grab some water. You paid money to be disappointed. What? Yeah, see, here's one that's 3-color, and there's almost like yellow between all the colors every time. And here's one where the yellow, the green, and the brown are touching every time. All right, that's good enough for the first one. Next. Oh man, why did I close that thing up? Yeah, so what ends up happening is I will end up giving this a brown wash. Then I will dry brush the lightest color I did here over the whole thing, and it's gonna, so if the pattern looks like it's too thick, it's okay. It'll all be straightened out. Now, how much of this stuff we got left? Enough? Yeah, we got enough. I think that was relatively comfortable how I was doing it. This looks super basic right now, but it'll be just fine. Because I'd have my doubts too until I've done several of these and they turned out I was more than happy with it. But one of the worst things you could do is get an airbrush that's siphoned. Because along with all of these problems that you see that may or may not be happening here, getting it to siphon correctly is also another issue. And that's kind of what happened the other day. Is I started really rocky. By the time I did my last airbrush, I was rocking it. I'm like, oh man, it's time to stop. Mother, you know. Just when I got in the groove. Just when I got in the groove, it was time to stop. Okay, so one's thicker than the other one. And with the third one, God help me, we're going to try to do some things that aren't connected. What? I don't know. We're just going to wing it. We're just going to wing it, but we are going to need more of this stuff. We are going to need more of this stuff. Let's drop 1, 2, 3. And I'm going to drop, let's try something a little different. Let's drop a little bit of thinner. Are we on pressure? Airbrushes are great when they work, that's right. Look at this. Look how small we got that. And I'm making them different styles on purpose. And then you want to have one that's too big, but it's easy to fix. I don't have a certain look that these have to have. It doesn't have to look like a certain vehicle. The only ones that I painted that has to look like a certain vehicle was those two Panthers from Kursk. And I think those turned out really well. Okay. So we've got and you might be like, oh, those aren't turning out really well. Don't worry. It's a bit premature to make that kind of a comment. And I only know because I've done these enough times that I'm like, it didn't turn out real well. And by the time I'm done, I'm like, man, what the fuck was wrong with me? I didn't think I was, what happened? I thought it was going sideways. We still got some more of this stuff. I don't know what the hell I want to do with the Panther. Or the Panzer IV. Oh, we got Martyrs. We still need to use that chocolate brown if we're going to use any. Oh. Let's go to, we're going to have green in there too. I just don't want to empty it and then do the green. These are Martyr 3H's. Kursk. Images. Okay, that one just has green. Yeah, I don't think they look very good, but they will. Because I remember how the other things that turned out really well ended up looking. And yeah, I've done this enough times that I'm like, I'm pretty confident. But I was bummed the first time I did it. I'm like, this, you know, I had this vision. I had this vision of what it's supposed to look like. And if it doesn't look like that vision, you're like, that's disappointing, you know? Let's go ahead and put this martyr together. Now, still got some of this color. Look at that. So hold it where you want it, and without turning it on and off, just pull it away from you. I airbrushed the base color of the Polish uniform. Well, welcome Nordic. All 72 15mm Polish ships are going to make painting so much easier. There you go. I just learned a new fucking skill. And again, it might be something like, oh, I knew that all along. Well, I fucking didn't. You gotta learn shit by yourself. The hardest thing about this really is that there's just very little throw. There's like no paint coming out, and you're squeezing it a little bit more. It's almost like, you know, you got a pistol with a pull strength of like a pound. It's just like nothing. Oh, too much. As long as every time you do something, you get better at it, it doesn't really matter how long it's going to take. As long as you're not advancing in the opposite direction. It'll all sort itself out. You know, I may not be the world's best airbrusher. I never will be, but I got a clue. I got a lot of confidence when it comes to like painting stuff. So as long as I don't demoralize myself. We need to leave some space for the green on here. That's great. That's great. What I learned, just pull the model away from yourself. You probably already knew that. I'm just learning. Woo! Oh, you showed up. We're going to paint your favorite vehicle then. The Puma. Well, I think the Puma, I'm just going to do green. I think I'm just going to do green camo on the Puma. On the Mupa. We're going to do 3 color on the H. Oh, we got other martyrs. What you talking about? You're out. Okay. Even though we're gonna, there's a muffler there. That thing's gonna be rusty as shit. I guarantee that any German tank that has a muffler on it, and probably other nations too, but is gonna be rusty as shit. I don't know if the camouflage went over this, but let's assume that it did. Okay. Where'd my search engine go? And this one's just in yellow. All right, we can do one that's just in yellow. That'll work. Okay, which means that one's done. Now, what about a SDK FZ 234/3? Well, that one doesn't have anything on it. Let's do one Really subtle with all three colors on this one. You still got enough of that? Yeah. Let's mix this up. Make sure we're okay. Really subtle. Well, I just popped on to say hi. I have a lot of things to do before I get too much later. Catch you later. Thanks, man. We'll see you later in the week, man. Hope you get all those things done you need to do. No point in doing the Puma now. We'll just wait till you come back. Oh, man. The Panzer IV H. What are we going to do with this guy? Let's, I mean, I'm not copying any of these things in there. This is just like freaking inspiration. Panzer IV H. Oh, this is ugly as shit. Oh, look at this. This looks like some child did it. You know, you got like lines and then you got a squiggle in the other one. Like, if you put that on the battlefield, nobody would believe that that's real. Just like this. This is horrible. That's horrible. Let's see if we can go really light with this one, because I know the other ones that I have did not have light. Let's do the friggin' turret first. Yeah, that's probably stupid. Let's do where's the hull at? Now we did have one piece that fell off. We can glue that on later. I don't think that's going to affect anything. What decisions I'm going to make. Wow, all kinds of stuff's falling off this thing. All right, we're going to have to punt on that one. It's like the front plates fell off of it. Like, yeah, that's a little too much. That's a little too much stuff falling off. Okay, you know what I'm actually going to do? I'm actually going to punt on the Panther and the Tiger 1 for the time being. We're going to do the less glorious vehicles. Next. We can't do the 4H. We got to fix it. Okay, no problem. Yes, this Panther looks really good with the Zimmerit. Now, there's just some paint schemes that just don't look right to my eye. Like the Viking Panzer Division, other than them being freaking SS, which, you know, that's a big mark against them as far as I'm concerned. Why is this turned into a limp noodle? They used a lot of really straight line type stuff. Straight line camouflage. It's almost like Splinter. And that doesn't look right. Doesn't matter if they use it in real life, it just doesn't look right to me. You know. So let's go ahead and empty this out. We don't have a whole lot in here. And I think we got the blend about right. I think I liked it having a little bit of the airbrush thinner in it. Let's open the valve up on this thing. Okay. What time is it? 7 o'clock. Let's get the Jesus juice going. We're gonna need to blast this. Let's blast this up to like 40 psi. Get this stuff out. There we go. We're gonna do green squiggles on the Puma. The Mupa. All right, that's good enough. Now, let's dial this back down. Okay, that's about right. A little bit less. Okay. All right, let's look at our greens. Take a swig of water. Look at our greens. Olive grün. Actually, I'll be right back. I gotta go use the restroom. I'll be back in a moment. Yeah, I'm curious how hot this place is going to be in the middle of the summer. When it's about 100 degrees outside, I wonder how hot it's going to be in here. I have a feeling it's going to be pretty reasonable. Because this garage is insulated. The guy who put this house together is kind of I think really highly of this, a lot of the stuff that he's done, so. Olive grün, which is a lot less bright green than you would think. So we might actually tinker with this. Of course, these colors came in a paste that could be thinned with all kinds of different stuff. Fuel, dirty oil. You know, obviously it would change the color tremendously depending on what they thinned it with. This is just a lot more of a subtle color than you would think. So we're going to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. All right. We're going to, is the Rosetta green out here? It is. This is a lighter green for them. And also, yeah, so we're gonna mix half of the green or so. It doesn't have to be perfect. They varied quite a bit. This is kind of a lighter green. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay? We're going to mix those together, but not before we add two of Airbrush Improver. Okay? Airbrush Flow Improver and Retarder Medium. One of them. Super thick stuff. Okay, and just for good measure, some thinner, because we're going pretty thin. We're going to go like 20 psi. Let's mix this shit in here. I know you're not supposed to mix it in there. I don't give a shit. I don't put it somewhere else because you're going to end up wasting half of the concoction on the sides of whatever you put it in. Now, I got to see if this is not too watery. The consistency is perfect. Too light. For what I envisioned. I think it's too light. It's what I used last time, but okay. Oh, we're gonna make a real big concoction here. We're gonna use some dark green from Vallejo. We're mixing all kinds of shit in here. Normally I would just start over with this, but you know what? Let's not do that. It's just not going to get where I needed to go. Well, it did there at the end. That's because I was running this straight. There we go. That's the color we want. All right. One, two, three, four, five, six, This is the dark green color that I wanted. All right. I wouldn't have made this mistake if it was hand painted. And you can do this stuff hand painted as well. I just don't really like the look of it. I don't like how it looks on real vehicles, even though they did it. Oh, here we are again. I forgot to put, I'm just on top chat. I didn't put all chat. So you guys may have said something that I didn't comment to it because it didn't come out. Okay, and this stuff right here. All right, now we'll mix this stuff up. That's the color I wanted. That's the color I wanted. Regardless of whether or not it comes from the approved AK colors. That's the color I was looking for. Because that olive grün is what the color is supposed to be, what that paste is. But it just looks way too gray to my eye. Because remember, this stuff is going to be, I'm going to dry brush over it. It's going to make it look a lot more subtle. What is the pressure sitting at here? It should be all right. Let's see. Interesting. How does that go? Airbrushes are great when they work. Not sure why this happened. The paint's not too thick. All right, we gotta start over. So I said, don't make any fucking plans. Don't be like, hey, we're going to paint this and we're going to do that. It's going to take about half an hour. No, it's not. It's going to take as long as it's going to take. And if you put a time crunch on how long you think it's going to take, you're going to be sorely disappointed. Let me crank this all the way up. Blow this shit out. Hey, I had to have something not go right. There we go. Run this stuff all the way through. You know, if you watch a video of somebody airbrushing and it's edited You have no idea how long it's really taking. You don't know what they edited out. You don't know the problems that they edited out. And honestly, it's too much effort. 2nd Panzer Division seemed to have been mostly Dunkelgelb yellow ochre with sparse green model in Normandy. Excellent. That's what we're going to go with, my friend. That's what we're going to go with. But I'm going to use this color because it's this German dark green. I don't know what kind of Panzer series. It just looks like the right color to me. Not always, but in this situation, yes. All right, and right. So we're going to do something a little bit different. We're going to drop that much airbrush thinner. Then we're going to drop this on top of it. And probably should have done that with the needle all the way in so that I wouldn't get that. Okay? And we'll mix this together. And we got to remember, we got high pressure right now. Is this thing even on? Okay, let's push this all the way in. I think we got this where we need it. This is really watery. Oh yeah. Okay. Now, let's not try it on the Puma. Let's try it on something that try it on this martyr. Let's try this on the martyr. And yeah, I want it to look polka dotty, because there's some of them that did that. Come on, it was working so well. Freaking jam session. Come on, keep it going, keep it going, keep it going. I mean, we're basically done. Figure-atively take a look at this. Illustration, Osprey Vanguard 36 German Armored Cars. I don't have that one, unfortunately. This is exactly what I was looking for on this one. I like that green. That's the green I like. It's kind of an ugly martyr. But that's just how it is. Okay? This one. Is my pressure too low? I don't think so. But Jeffrey, man, you're up late. It's not terrible. Are you retired? I hope you are. Wish I was. I'm not going to be one of those people that's going to be like, I got to work a small job to stay busy, so I'm not bored. Not this guy. I'll just be on here all the time. I'll just be on here all the time. Yeah, I don't have that one. I don't have the Osprey. Alright. Ready for this? Ready for me to fuck this up? It's not a big deal. Let's make sure this is pushed all the way in. Let's see, how can I... I need a little bit more ass than that. How's it looking? What kind of work do I do? Babysit adults. We all do that. We all do that. Oh, you sent me a message on Facebook. Well, I hope it looks like this. I'm on a roll. It's looking pretty good. Oh, ew. I like mine better. But thank you. That was a terrible artist. That must have been related to Picasso. Come on, dude. How much you got left? That paint scheme I'm doing is like almost like a Yag Panther. Yag Panthers look like that sometimes. You've done it the same way I did mine. Green tiger stripes over Dunkelgelb. That's right. Birds of a feather. Frolic together. Oh, come on. Dad nabbit. Yeah, you watch somebody do an airbrush video. That guy never makes any mistakes. I make mistakes all the time. How am I ever going to airbrush? Because he's fooling you. I mean, well, this is not going as well as did the other night, but doesn't bother me any. We'll get there. We will get there. Let's give this a big. Well, one thing's for sure, I got the Dunkelgelb color down to where I like it. Because I'm telling you, I was really skeptical how it was turning out at the beginning. Really skeptical. I bought that set from AK that's supposed to be World's Authority on Dunkelgelb colors. And I'm like, this just doesn't look right. This looks like freaking mustard. It just does not look good. And I don't care if you're the authority on something or another. Sometimes you have to use your own creative license to a degree. Let's clean up. You know, sometimes you just got to use what you're comfortable with. Well, we are going to stop at 8 because I was hungry. But I'll leave stuff out here. I won't leave the computer out here, but I'll leave all the other stuff out here. And we'll just, next time I need a paint, we'll come out here. This is actually not that noisy of an airbrush. It's pretty subtle, especially if we're doing this we're not going through some really high pressures. So, and I mean, this is the first time I think I've used the airbrush that it's not warm at all. You know, it's all right. I'm not sure what's going on. I really don't know what's going on. Use this one. All right, let's tear this bitch apart. Let's do something drastic. Putting the bigger needle in there. Pressure's about where it needs to be. All right, let's try Jesus juice in there first. Just foam. You know, maybe we'll have to stop in the middle of this. I'm getting very hungry. I just don't see much of this coming out. I think what I'm going to have to do is I'm going to have to tear this thing all the way apart. I just don't see it dirty. We'll give it one more shot, and if not, then we'll just pick up where we left off next time. No big deal. I'm not disappointed. It wasn't like I wasn't going to do anything else with them, you know. It's not like I gotta get them done, I gotta get them done, I gotta get them done. Nope. So far, so good. So let's drop this in here. Do we have the same results? Okay. Maybe that did it. I don't know. What's the pressure at right now? 38. Let's drop it to 30. All right, I'm going to make a tiny little amount. 1, 2, 3, 4. Even with the straight paint, it's really, really watery. It shouldn't be. That's so weird. That's so weird. I think we just got it. All right. You just gotta be patient. I don't know why it's so damn watery. There's literally nothing in there with it. Well, how's that saying go? Airbrush are great when they work. Yeah, it's kind of working. I could deal with that. I can just run it over multiple times and thicken it. Honestly, that's probably preferable to it. Now we're getting somewhere. Persistence is the key to victory. If you give up, you're never going to get there. It's behaving so weird. It's like behaving watered down. It should be thick. Come on, I only need a tiny little bit more. Wait for somebody to say, oh, you're doing it wrong, you should be doing this. Well, okay, you make the fucking videos. I'm just kind of putzing around, and you guys just, you know, so weird. Well, we got, I could probably, you know, this, I just wanted to come over to the other side, but other than that, I'm pretty happy with that. All right, let's clean this thing out, and then we will start with a fresh slate. Look, we did a lot of airbrushing before we encountered this issue. So I'm not going to say this is even remotely a fail session. We didn't end necessarily on the note we wanted to, but I think it went pretty well. Did it go better than last time? Probably not, but I also did a lot more this time than last time, so. All right, let's crank this bitch up all the way to like 60. Crank this bitch up. The Puma will more than likely have red numbers with white outlines, just so something stands out on it. That's what my guess is on it. Let's pull this out. But this, oh, not that one. This one turned out really well with the little splotches. Not the little splotches, but it just looks like, you know, like dots, like dot camo, which is exactly what I wanted there. So that one's ready to go. The Martyr 3, that's not going to have any camouflage on it, it's ready to go. The Puma is ready to go. You know. And of course, what we showed up here to do in the first place was to seal the Mark IIIs. Those two Mark IIIs are ready to go. Now, just imagine having all these airbrush issues, And then on top of all that, you're using an airbrush that is a siphon type airbrush. That's like one of the worst things you could do, because you could get the paint mix going right, everything's going fine, and you still have to go over that siphon thing. You got to get the right suction in and out. And trust me, my first airbrush I did was siphon. I didn't know this, and I literally hated every little experience. So if you're going to airbrush, don't try to spend. This thing is just full of stuff. We're gonna have to clean this bitch out right now. Don't try to save a few bucks, because it's gonna come out of your sanity when you end up spending a ton of time doing other stuff. It's kind of like, you could save a lot of money buying a car that only has 3 wheels on it. It doesn't work right, and you're wondering. Sounds like something off of Alien, doesn't it? There's something on Alien where that creature did that kind of. I can't do that high pitched stuff. I'm going to. Do I have a little container here somewhere? I bet I do. I'm going to leave this thing. Bottle cap. So inside this bottle cap, we're going to put we're going to fill it full of hand sanitizer. Not only that, we're going to go ahead and put the other nozzle in there as well. Okay? So I can simmer until tomorrow. This just kind of creates the seal. This tends to not really get very dirty is the nozzle part. So yeah, if you want to come watch me airbrush and not make mistakes, you come to the wrong place. There's a lot of stuff. It's, hand painting is basically foolproof. I don't really make any mistakes. I create miracles happen sometimes. I'm like, damn, I didn't know I was that good. I need to quit my day job. I've said that many times. But that's hand painting things. And this basically, getting this flow to work right, this is the equivalent of like when I'm hand painting Soviet lettering and I'm practicing and I get the lettering right before I start putting strokes on the tank. And I got that shit down. I've done it enough times. This, I don't have this stuff down. And I'll get better at it, but it's going to take a while. So let's get all this stuff. Get all this hand sanitizing stuff off of it. And this stuff works really well, the hand sanitizer, even with the stuff for the primer. And the primer is just a completely different material. This is what we need to do. We need to finish this one. We need to use this bottle cap for this one because we don't want to leave the bottle of drippings open. And kill one. Okay, and we're not done yet. We need to pull this out. Yeah, this thing's filthy. That probably is part of the issue. Hey, how long were we on here? 4.5 hours almost? Yeah. I'm not going to complain about anything. Things went pretty well. Okay. Turn this off, and we'll run all this. Well, the easiest thing is just let all that air escape. And this can just sit out here, and we'll be ready to pick off where we left off. But of course, what we really came out here for is the Panzer III. The Panzer III's which are complete. And we'll have to take photos of these because it doesn't look worthy to even look at on the video feed. And we did these the same way. When I was done spraying these things down, I was like, man, that camouflage didn't turn out exactly how I wanted to, but we can make it work. And yeah. So anyways, we want to take these inside. We'll take some pictures of these guys after we glue them together. But this is where we're going to leave off. So hopefully you guys were entertained. I don't know. Are you not entertained? Well, you would have signed off if you weren't. So, and I don't know. I think this might actually look okay just with those colors on it. You know, not every color, not every vehicle has to have a 3-color scheme. So, I actually kind of like this one. So, that one's done. This one's done. Half tracks aren't done. The Puma's done. Really could just do this one like this, and then one with no color on it. Yeah, so pretty good airbrushing session. Okay, folks. Well, we'll see you guys on the next one. Thanks for stopping by, and don't have too much green beer today.